Oh! Make sure my volume levels are okay. Let me look at this. Feels a little bit loud. Let me go ahead and adjust that down a little bit. But, hello! It feels weird to be starting stream this early. There's still light out in the sky over there. Like, whoa, what's going on here? It's not dark. I don't need my office lights on already? Weird. But yeah, coming back in yesterday, we did the 14 VTuber Community Lethal Company collab, and that was a ton of fun. I met a lot of cool people. Everybody was so chill. I'm really glad to have had the opportunity to do that. And from what it seems like everybody else had fun too, so I'm so glad for that. But yeah, we did that. This has been a little bit of a packed day. I didn't plan to be at my PC for this long today and yesterday, but it's been a busy weekend. I was working on some stuff for some like future events yesterday. I worked on the mod pack for the Lethal Company collab, and then we did the collab. That was my whole Saturday. And then today I was planning on taking like a small break, and then I ended up joining my partner's FC for their mount farm. I got lucky. I almost have no experience with Zoralia, but somehow, so I came in there and I just died. I like died like 3 times, and then like that was apparently the mount luck as usual it needed for me to actually get the mount. I feel a little bit bad because I just floor tanked, and there was my 80 roll, and yoink. I feel like other people probably deserved it more than me, but it is what it is. But yeah, so we did that. Then my friend, one of my best friends, Finn, and we had our EB anniversary, so that was good. We dressed up in, it was like wood theme because apparently like the fifth year of a quote unquote marriage is usually symbolized by wood for like kind of like an unbreakable bond that's long lasting and loyal. So we decided to use that as our theme, and Finn dressed up in very pretty kind of wood-like clothes. I dressed up as a fawn, and people were like, "Where are your legs? Why do you have weird legs?" And I was like, "Cause I'm a fawn. I got horns too." And yeah, we went there and we did that. And then it took a little bit to close up from that because it was only just like it was just like an hour and a half ago. So I was kind of pushing for time, but I'm here. I made it. I have a cup of coffee, so hopefully I won't be dead too quickly. Crossing my fingers. But yeah, we finally get to go back to Fata Morgana. I was crying about not being able to, well, not crying literally, but mentally crying because I really wanted to do this chapter like as soon as we hit it 2 weeks ago. And then just on-call said no, and then like even when I had it like there was no way I could have scheduled it with how packed my schedule was this last week. But it's finally time now, and that's what matters. So, yay! This week, if I remember, last time that we finished, we learned most of the maids. We learned the maid story. Ah! Hi, Violet. How's it going? Oh, hold on. There you go. There's a ghost. Yeah, thank you. I really gotta remove that little box. I swear if it's not the cat, it's a little too high. But thank you for the head pet. How are you doing? How is your afternoon going? Or evening? Or morning? Oh no! If you need to, just remember to take like headache medication and stuff. I'm doing alright. I've been very busy. So I'm like trying to keep myself going with coffee. But I'm doing good. It's been a good weekend. I appreciate when you dropped by last night. There was a lot going on last night too. But yeah, I'm just excited to finally be able to get to Fata Morgana because I know like at the end of last chapter when we found out all the maid stuff and then all of the witches stuff, all of Morgana's history, and now we're finally at the point where Morgana called out the main character um and said like, well, you've been actually there. Like, what do you mean you've not been involved? You've been reincarnated the whole time. You're the you're the white-haired girl. Yeah, spooky protag history. So it's time for that chapter where we finally learn what was going on with him, because I think um it's kind of interesting because we got some it's stuff that you don't normally see in like a Japanese video game, you know? Because it seems like his gender identity doesn't align with well, or does or didn't align with what he was born with, which is really interesting for Japanese games because that never they never talk about that stuff. Um but yeah, we're gonna go in there and find out his history there because he really did not want that to. He really did not want the maid to know that he was born female. Um, but then the witch revealed it because she's a bitch. um, but yeah, I guess I will find out what happened to him, what was going on with that. This is going to be an interesting chapter, I think. This is just definitely not an often talked about topic over there. So yeah, we'll switch over. Yeah, I really hope they handle it well. I really hope they do because I don't know. It's a really touchy subject, you know? It's hard. It can be hard to handle it well because everyone's experiences are different. But I'm glad to see them tackling it at all, you know? So I'm crossing my fingers. I hope they do it well. I know they've done the rest of the game really well, so I trust they will. I'm crossing my fingers that they will. Yeah, let's switch over. Ba -ba -ba. All right. And let me bring this over to my main screen. The seventh door. Take a sip of my coffee to start. 1086 to question mark. I don't really know who I'm speaking as here, but also, holy shit, this feels loud. Is this loud to you? It's loud to me. And turn it down just a tad more. If that's too quiet, let me know. Um, but there were two things out of the ordinary about that baby. Okay, good. The first its parents embraced, and the second they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's secondary peculiarity emerged, and until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed that brief period of happiness, before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to, that she set loose a curse upon the world. A curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. Ah. Oh. Wait, was Antonin the dad? I think Antonin was Mitchell's dad. My god, look at that. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel. Ah, yes, I can see it now, Liddy. Her white hair and almost translucent skin. It's beautiful. Huh? My, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child. She's special. I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My, that's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. All right, then. We'll call her Michelle, after the Archangel Michael. You'll grow up to be beautiful as an angel, my Michelle. I always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red... To be fair, that's not... I'd be a little bit worried, then. If you can see the veins, I'd be concerned. And her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michelle. We were talking as Mitchell the entire time. Shit. Me. Crap. I used the wrong voice! Well, maybe I should use the other voice before. Because I did have a specific voice for Michelle, and, well, for the white-haired girl / Michelle, and Mitchell until we knew that they were the same person. So, crap. What do I do? I guess I'll use the Michelle voice. Checkmate. What? I need to vary it a little bit. Ugh. Ah, I see that's what you did. Curses, I completely overlooked that. Thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. Ah, you got me. You're quite good at this, Michelle. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It was not inspiration. It was derivation. Derivation? Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military texts. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the Order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the only one that's going to be a knight, Didier. That I am. War is the men's job, after all. You. I want you to be there to welcome me home. Didier! Oh, Didier! I'm in a bit of a bind, hello there, Michelle. I didn't know you were home, George. Was it George? How do you pronounce that name? Is it George? It's French. These are all French names. I don't know. Let me look how to pronounce. We keep going back to this. But I guess I didn't pronounce Mitchell as Michel, and that's where we kind of got unstuck before. Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. George. That's kind of, I don't like that. That's too hard. George. Ye old sexism. Yeah. I think that in general it sounds like Mitchell was albino to begin with. So, yep, just got back, yep. Oh, playing chess again, are ya? Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother? As if you're any better. That's not funny, George. I'm just gonna say George, what the fuck? I can't approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What? Are you worried about me? No, I'm saying... I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? Sorry, don't mean to interrupt your, moment, but... Does anyone listen to me? Does nobody listen to me? Now, don't pout. So, what seems to be the problem, George? Yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordsmanship show. Oh my god. And for some reason, I was elected to participate. How unfortunate for you. I can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose, that's a given. But I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Don't be like that. Now, come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm gonna train you to write. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michelle? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun. Yeah, it is the big albinoism, unfortunately. That sucks. That sucks for Mitchell. I know. I had 2 older brothers. Oh, no, now we need to switch track. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I had 2 older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church. And below him was George, who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, the one who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls, and perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my 2 brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and George taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply, and it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want to do is put on a good show. Oh, you'll put on quite a show. Unless you learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break. Out in the garden, my 2 brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain, like a needle piercing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me. Something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore. even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constant swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My. Now what are the two of them doing out there? George was asked to help to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so DDA's helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging them at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michelle? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I want to watch them practice. Michelle? First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. Poor Mitchell. Holy shit. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, Mother. You are my little girl, after all. I know. It is super harsh. Honestly, I feel like they are playing. I honestly feel like they're playing a little bit softer than it was. But yeah, since they are addressing it, but it was bad. Poor Mitchell. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was to wed off to some noble boy, and it was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right, though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in DDA's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. An envisioned armor flecked with rust. A long sword glimmering with the blood of savages. Damn. To be fair, that's of its time too. This game has not shied away from people being incorrect in modern day, but realistic for their time. Soon, I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands. The sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly, like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions, though. Kill me now. I have some cloth if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh yeah, thanks. Ugh, I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. I've never known D to half-ass something once he gets started. Which I guess is what makes him knight material, but... . Are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Well, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, I guess you gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy. Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as patient as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? Knows what condition the Order's in. That's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down and reforge the whole thing. So he might be able to change things. What? What are you muttering about, Michelle? Hey! Whoa, hold it! The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body. When I looked at his slender but distinctly male build. Don't look at your brother weirdly, please. These are things you should not do. When I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was an admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the Order as well? I was positive it would. Coffee. DDA. Michelle? Hold on. You can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be self-conscious. Listen to me, Michelle. George tells me you're planning to overhaul the Order. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. I believe you have what it takes to do it, DDA. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the Order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. He's saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michelle, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, DDA. So please. Well, I'll be. Suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. No, don't do this to Mitchell. Not you too. That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michelle, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. And I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not chess pieces, Michelle. But TA! But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. DDA. This may seem normal to you growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michelle. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. And they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. Don't do this to Mitchell. You're no different from her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michelle? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry, I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh? But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than to throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road. But ultimately, there was nothing. Assuming DDA had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight, it wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at— Stop looking at your brothers! Stop it! I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I had tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once. Filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarded anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. Hey, Wiley! How's it? It's going good. It's going good. I've gotten a little bit of rest. It's been a busy day, but I'm settling down with a visual novel. We're nearing the end of it. I think we're at the second to last chapter right now, so we're finding out some key revelation stuff about the main character. Yeah. How are you? Did you get a good rest afterwards? Because I know we stopped late on that. We were going till like 3 a.m. my time before we stopped. But it was a lot of fun though. Like it was good to meet you and everybody else there at the collab. So yeah. And what are you up to today as well? I'm sorry, I'm bombarding with questions. Yeah. I'll keep reading. Oh! Hi, Witchlight as well. Oh my god. People. Hello, people. Witchlight, how's your afternoon going too? It is Happy Sunday. This is going to be a very busy Sunday, because I think all these, I started the stream earlier because I know the last couple chapters I've done of Fata Morgana have just been getting longer and longer. I think the last one we had to stop temporarily and continue again, even though I've tried to do one chapter per stream. Just because they're getting to a point where they're 5 or 6 hours long of just reading. And my throat hurts, or if I start at 8, if I start at my normal time, I am going till 2 a.m. These are long chapters. But they're really good though. Oh yeah, you started Bozja? Yeah, I'm a night owl anyway, kinda, but I do have work, and so I was if I want to get this, I want to make sure I do this entire chapter today, so let's start earlier. But yeah, Bot's just fun. I think I prefer Eureka, but the entire kind of that content in general is definitely kind of a break from the norm. Although I never actually did the yeah. Yeah, I wanna get through it, but also not sleep deprive myself for real. Yeah. Here. And now, bubbling with an unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. Oh, that was the end of the scene anyway. Yeah, it's been fun. I also am not in the know about what to do, so I've been following my husband around and he's been helping. Oh! That's good. That's good that you have, it does help to have somebody. I know, I wouldn't have been able to just go through and, I could have, I would have been stumbling a lot longer than I was, but I had a friend help me out through it. So, it's definitely good to go into Bozja with more than one person. And Eureka, for that matter. Just any that content is just a whole lot more fun with friends. Yeah. Oh, hey, If as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they keep it definitely a little bit. You kind of need to look up what to do. So if you don't have somebody to guide you, it's hard. But I'm glad you two are having fun in there. Keeping each other from dying. Make sure you res each other so that way you don't lose experience and stuff. Doing alright, you got rest, though you had to help your mom. Oh, no! I hate when you have, a late night, but then you have responsibilities early in the morning. So then you just are kind of, dead for the rest of the day. I didn't quite have that, but I woke up at, midday, and then my partner was you want to help with the mount farm that my FC's doing? And I'm like, I guess. And then I joined, and then I got the mount. I stole their mount from them, and I also died multiple times because I've only ever finished Zeralja once, like 3-4 months ago, so I don't know what I'm doing. I took it. I floor tanked and I took them out. Yeah. Oh yeah, it does help with the leveling stuff. I think since I'm at like mostly level. Oh, hold on. Hold it. Music is distracting me a little bit. But yeah, helping level reaper. Yeah, I think it definitely helped when I was doing my 70 to 80s as well. Yeah. Oh, if you haven't done Valley Armanda, like hit me up on that. I actually do like Valley Armanda a lot. Like, form a group, get it clear. Yes. Mount farm. I need people to mount farm with. I don't mount farm unless Audra's FC needs help. So yeah, maybe if you need it, maybe we can ask in the 14 VTuber Discord or something. Like, hey, anyone want to form up to do the EXs or something? Because I'd be down. Just let me know. I'm happy to help. I don't have much reason to log on right now unless I'm doing raid stuff at the moment, because I'm kind of taking this month to do Spooktober stuff. Yeah. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so wide I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. Huh? As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I'd never seen before. Who are you? This is the first time you've been mentioned. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. Wait, where have we seen the name Amy before? Yeah! Here, I guess if we want to try to organize that, I don't know. I can see when I'm free. Like, let me know when you're free, and I will try to make some room in my schedule, to do that. I know I'm a little bit clogged next weekend because I'm doing like the majority of my Halloween stuff then. But yeah, if we want to like get something organized for that, let me know. I think I'll be free like the weekend after this next, and aside from that, I'm free Mondays, most Mondays, and Wednesdays. Hey, yeah. My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here, and I let myself in for a little walk. Long chestnut hair flowed around over round feminine shoulders. Yeah! It swayed slightly in the wind. A cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. You must be Michelle. You're just as pretty as I've heard. And you are? My name is Amy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman. She stepped towards me, kissing me softly on the cheek. Is this when Mitchell realized that he was into women first before he realized quite what the other problem was? I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet. I'm George's fiancée, and it also stuck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Amy Jobert. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too. And they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. This is still too loud for me. My ears! The violin! Ah! My father Antonin looked so proud of his two boys. Didier soon to receive his assignment, and George soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family. But my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red... Yep. Mitchell's into that. Visible for but the briefest of moments. This is when you read a visual novel and it gets wordily sensual and you're like, am I okay to read this? I'm not an 18+ stream. Nah. Or am I now? Maybe we are an 18+ stream. We've upgraded. Well, we're not quite there yet, but we're upgrading. We're getting weird. We're talking about tongues and shit. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss, as sweet as juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. More specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I had assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses, social circles, assembled at the estate for a party. A din the likes of which I had never heard in my life filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Servants scrambling around every which way. Silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey, Dee! I feel like we're critically short on waiters. This don't look good for us. And who was it that went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people? They're artistes like me. I met them at the court. Let's see. We have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Jouberts or Bollingers. Sure they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Amy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited George were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, and led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. Oh, no, George put his hand on my shoulders, pulling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping that he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michelle. Be nice. George, I don't... Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. How old are you anyway, now? Oh, God, no! 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 Get away! I hate the Middle Ages! I hate the Middle Ages! Ah! No! The Middle Ages be like all of the socially unacceptable things. Okay. 12 mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. That's not any better. All the reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous... Stop. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves. And so did the way George spoke as though I was his property. It looked like they were appraising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I'd been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. No! I was indeed underdeveloped for 14. But what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Amy's or my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. They're pulling the milady, getting the middle-aged fedora out. The man got on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Oh, Michelle? He's waiting. Oh, he whispered. He whispered in my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Oh, Michelle, don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold up my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michelle! The sound of George's frantic voice. But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged and reverently took my hand in his. And then, he actually kissed it? He probably actually kissed it. No. Yep, he did. He pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What are you? Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michelle! Hey! Come back, Michelle! I spent all that time convincing myself that I couldn't humiliate my brothers. And now, I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and the other people tried to stop me too. But I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great hall. I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No. That was no greeting. That was... I'll be taking that. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray, so that I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else. Anything else. Even pain. Think before you act, George. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry. And I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he'd been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... That wasn't very... No! 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 That wasn't very nice of you running off like that. Get away from him! No! Huh? At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the great hall grabbed my wrists, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didier. And still, I couldn't move an inch. Ah! Ah! No! Oh, okay. I just... No! Get Mitchell away from this man! You got a tongue like a boy, milady. I know some people are fond of that now these days. Can't say I mind myself. Let go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless that I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm no monster, I promise you that. Then why are you holding me against the wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. Then let go of me! But if I do that, you'll run away. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I let you loose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit. Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. And I think we'd get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. No! I don't care how much of a minstrel you are. That means nothing. Spend some time with me, and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me! Ah, you really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard. I said get back, you creep! Huh, that's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stench breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's... No, that's the worst thing. Never... Never known a man's touch. I hate that so much. Leave them alone. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open. There was nothing there. I could only feel... No. No. Poor Mitchell. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed it into his jaw. Again, and again, and again, until his face was unrecognizable. Again, and again, and again, and again, I beat him. But reality would have none of that. Michelle! Hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds. 10 seconds. Longer. I had no idea how much time I'd lost. The next thing I knew, George had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Yeah! If you want to do, like, EXs too, let me know. Oh, thank you! I'm doing my best. Sometimes I get confused because they don't tell me who's speaking, and so then I just make up a voice, and then I find out that it was somebody that I already made up a voice for, and I'm like, oh crap. Thank you! That makes me happy, thanks, I appreciate it. Although some of this is a little hard to read. This is definitely some not so... Well, these are definitely some very sensitive topics getting discussed, but they've had sensitive topics this entire thing. But like when it gets like this, it's like, oh no. Wait, did Ev not take you to an EX? If you have you have some making up to do here. Yeah, it do be like that. This visual novel does not shy away from like from difficult subjects, and it also doesn't try to paint the past like it was pretty or like it was modern day at all. A lot of the figures in the past have like the same values that like actual people did have then, so that sometimes they say stuff that's very yike, but you just have to keep that in mind, I guess. Maybe... Well, there's nothing wrong with that though, like, you always learning is, yeah, take it with a friend of mine at the time. But yeah, for like extremes, like, it's no, like, at the end of the day, like, I think the important thing that people like stop using, when you're teaching new people to like 14, to like Final Fantasy 14, you just need to make sure you use terms which are not based off of the skill names. Like, I think the most common problem with that is that people will try to teach people and they say, oh, it's Chariot and Dynamo, and like, new people are like, what the hell does that mean? I know that was me when I first started raiding, and really what they need to say is stuff like in and out, and then it clicks. But yeah, as long as you're going in with friends, I think that's the best way to learn. Go in with friends that like understand and like know, and you're good. Like, it's all good if you make mistakes. Like, you end up learning and it all gets better. But yeah, I think it'd be fun. Wait, which one's Madden? Which mechanic is Madden? I don't know that one. It's been really nice going in with people that Ibs knows. Yeah. Again, the more people you meet, the more that people can help out. Like, we just, like, just before I came in to do stream, we did, Eden Savage. We did that unsynced because that was the only Savage mount I didn't have. So that was fun, but yeah. Like, if you can just grab friends to do stuff, even like the old extremes, it's a good experience, so. Oh, wait, you never got an answer from the old FC? Man, maybe they're screwing with you, because I've never heard of Madden either. I mean, there's the people, like, a lot of people say Mario Kart, a lot of people say Chariot Dynamo, a lot of people say... What's another one? I mean, clocks are pretty self-explanatory when you think about it, but at the same time, the first time you hear it, it probably needs to be explained for clock spots. What's the one that I'm trying to think of? What is it? I was like, yeah, you guys are fucking with me. Yeah. God, I have one of them in mind that gets used like every single time dots appear over people's head. What's it called again? My brain's just not working. What's that one called? I see it, and if I was playing the game right now, I'm sure I'd remember, but because I'm in... Yeah, limit cut. Everything is limit cut. Oops, is this limit cut? There are dots above my head right now. And people who've never seen it before are like, what the fuck is limit cut? And you have to be like... And then sometimes there are dots above your head and it's not even limit cut. It's grossly simplifying it. Even though it doesn't work like limit cut at all. Hello world, goodbye world as well. Hello world, goodbye world. You gotta do the strat. What was the one that I'm not sure if it's a joke or not. God, what was it called? It's like people put it in the in their PFs. Yeah, what is the lesbian can opener strat? What is that? What does that mean? Is that just people fucking around, or is that real? It was a sack. Goodbye World was a sack strat. Oh, you didn't the lesbian can opener strat. They've used it for different fights, and I don't know if they're fucking with me, or I'm supposed to know what that means. But you can see it in PFs semi-frequently. Oh, it's okay. Like, justice goes to McDonald's. Yeah, I see that and I laugh my ass off, but I also don't want to join those parties for fear that I actually should know something. It actually is a strategy? I wasn't sure because they use it for so many different fights, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What is the lesbian can opener? I'm gonna need a write-up for what this is. Yeah, Ukubukatika! That's like less of a... Oh no! That's actually just an inside joke at this point. It is our, a signal, it's a sign, but it's just like, it's an inside joke one. From like every single time that I've done UCOB. Basically, it means that, it means that the Fizz range, who has been targeted by, like, the liquid hells, that Twin Tanya has thrown at people, has also been targeted by the hatch. So what happens is that Ukubukatika means that the person covering for, well, that the healer has to cover for the Fizz range and step into, like, the Neuralink and catch the hatch so it doesn't hit them, and the Fizz range can continue baiting liquid hells. Yeah. But yeah, that was, coined by my friend Darian, who she would basically, that was kind of like her thing in general. She'd be like, Okubukatika! Like, people would call that out because that would, like, he would actually get her attention. Yeah! See, you're getting it! You know, see, you can cob right now. You're level 92, right? Cob today! It'd be a lot, I think, but... Yeah! You could cob today, you could cob tomorrow, you could cob any day! Nah, it's alright. do whatever you feel like you are ready for, ultimately. I know while I was doing leveling stuff, I wouldn't have wanted to go straight into UCOB or an ultimate, or even Savage. I would have been, in fact, I said would have been, I was afraid to do that stuff. I didn't think I was good enough as a player until, one of my friends was like, no, just join us for Savage. And then we made a group, and then I did Savage, and then I was like, oh, this really isn't that bad. But, yeah. You go ahead back here. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. No, sorry. I didn't mean to... Yeah. No, there is plenty to do in the game besides MSQ. I used to do a lot of the G-Post stuff myself. I just kind of stopped doing it around, maybe early Endwalker. I think I gave it a try around early Endwalker, and then everybody switched to, You know what? I can't talk about that stuff on stream. I used to do a lot of G-posing, and then a lot of the stuff that I used to use broke. So I was too lazy to fix it, so I stopped doing that stuff, and I don't G-pose as much. But yeah. There's a lot to do with G-pose. There's a lot to do if you want to do raid stuff and just relaxing stuff there. I didn't do Island Sanctuary. Yeah, no, like, I imagine, like, the post-Dawn Trail switch for people whose stuff had broken was bad. No, I'm sure it's fine. What matters is that you, like, you know, is that you enjoy it. I had a lot of people that I looked up to when I did screenshotting. I used to be a pretty active member of, like, I don't know if you've heard of the Balance server. That's, like, the main server that everybody uses for, like, builds in 14. And, yeah! But, like, the Balance is the primary server that everybody uses for screenshots in 14. Sorry, no, for builds in 14, but there used to be, or there currently is, I don't remember now because I haven't checked in a few years, but there was, like, a dedicated screenshot channel, and there was, like, a screenshot community in the Balance. And that was where I kind of got into screenshotting. I would, like, talk a lot with a lot of, like, the screenshotters in there. So that was, like, my start there, and I had a lot of people that I looked up to back then, but that was, like, back in Shadowbringers. Yeah! Most people, at least, if you play 14 and you have any interest at all in learning your jobs and, like, getting builds and stuff, I think most people eventually end up joining that server. But, like, once you have it, it's a super useful tool. I just ended up, I was like, I'm here for builds. Oh wait, there's a screenshot channel, and then I joined it, and then I got pretty okay at screenshots, and then post Endwalker happened, and then I got too lazy to fix things that got broken, so... But yeah. I took a lot... I used to take quite a couple story screenshots too, though. I don't share them out very often, but I do have them. And they were a lot of fun to take, too. Oh, they had drawn a crowd. Yeah! That's awesome. No, wait, hold on. What's your Twitter? I'm gonna follow it. I'm gonna follow it right now. Where is it? If you don't mind. Okay. I'll follow it right now. I wanna see nice screenshots. Oh, your wall is so cute! Oh, I love her! Oh my god! It's okay, I see the pinned one at least. Oh my gosh, she's so cute! No, that's really nice. Don't say you're bad at screenshots. That's a really nice screenshot. What the heck? Aww. I see a screenshot with you and Div. It's very cute. No, don't put yourself down. It's really nice. You're doing good job. Yeah. But yeah, I will. If you post any screenshots, I might try to take a peek. Yeah. Thank you, Wiley. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a good dinner. What? I would ask what's for dinner, but I don't want to keep you from it. Yeah. Yeah. Have a good one, Wiley. Alright. I will continue with the narration. They traded blows. Oh, barbecue! Save some for me! Catch you later! Yeah, bye! They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, distractedly drifted away. And I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnify how wretched I was. Only make me more... Is that effete? What does effete mean? Hold on. New words! Effete definition. Affected or overly refined, or ultimately... behaving in a... Okay, way traditionally associated with women and regarded as inappropriate for men, or no longer capable of effective action. Okay, I see. I see. There are a few definitions for this. Good to know, though. I see. Only make me more effete. I bit down on my lip hard. I had no need for that No! Okay, hold on. I had an alert on my phone and it broke my model. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails in my arms. I had no need for that trash on my body. All of this. Every last bit of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it! I knew good and well a girl should not be using such words. Even Didier and George would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless. God damn it! It was the most fitting word I could come up with to even represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. That all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, and started clawing wildly at my hair. Wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body? Michelle? May I come in, Michelle? It was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I would be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him. Michelle! But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so helpless. I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, George stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michelle. And my God, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. A metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I realized, and there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes when George wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michelle. He can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taking a liking to you. That just makes it worse. Sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like, I understand. He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, and at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything, a joke of a doll. I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. He may not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened. I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch me made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No. If that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's butt. That is not the sentence of all time. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her women's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles. Are you okay, Michelle? He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. But I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand. George, how's Michelle? Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me. Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was clearly lying. Not even looking him in the eyes when I'd said that. That seemed to have gone over George's mind. Amy, on the other hand. You don't look fine at all, she said. A hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. George, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? All right then. Sounds good. Once the sound of George's footsteps had faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me, and without warning wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat. But beyond the shock, I also found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying. But don't worry, you're safe now. It wasn't really, no. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against a wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. Alright, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who would have been scared. Who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give George a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll be difficult to forget what happened to you today. Georgia told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives? Or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. They didn't even seem that strong. I couldn't believe I was really so weak. That's just a way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you will almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. It wasn't the consolation I had hoped for. Her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was a mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. I think having color is much prettier. Oh, well, George says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Say, Michelle, maybe you could tell me more about yourself today? I would love to get to know you better. Tell you about myself? Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michelle. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good. Oh, okay. What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with a needle either. No? Do you have shaky hands then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm, fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife? No. A sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But George does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. George is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? No! Is the mother really, is this Amy or is this the mother pushing, things onto Mitchell? I get the feeling you've spent too much time with your brothers. That does sound like the mother's pushing her. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. She sounds just like Mother. She gives the same reason, too. Because I'm a girl. That's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I could spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or if you'd prefer, you can give it to your father or brother. I would like George to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering, did you and George meet at the royal court? Oh, heavens no. I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married, and the next day is when we first met. It happened that quickly? What are you worried about me, Michelle? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But George, he's different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him? You sound surprised. I believe hedonist suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me. I couldn't fathom where she'd found such confidence in him. Especially a man she'd only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day you'll meet the right man for you, Michelle. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all a little too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michelle? 14. Oh, wow! I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. Let him go! As her delicate fingers slid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Oh no! Oh no! Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I'd been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface. You're so cold, you know that? She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with George? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Oh, that's weird too. Oh. People may be making weird things. Stupid Middle Ages, back at it again. Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. Huh? In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around, only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry, did I make you feel uncomfortable touching you so much? Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. And I must have startled you. I'm sorry, if I'd let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? A kiss on the lips is... It wasn't an accident. wasn't Amy. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michelle. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you. And you look like you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. George starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Amy. So long, Michelle. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body was not meant for her love. No, Mitchell, no! I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late-night walk to distract myself. It's weird that this chapter kind of changed up and used portraits instead, but it's kind of nice to have, like, the change, like, in pace. Huh? As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips. Not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there, to be with me. That she had no fondness for me. That my yearning for her was only one-sided. She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me. Always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She'd seen through me from day one. Understood what I was feeling before even I had. It's disgusting. Oh, I'm not gonna follow up that word because that actually is kind of... Damn it. Stupid Middle Ages. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Yeah, that's okay. There are some things that I don't feel comfortable with voicing because I don't, it's difficult because they're part of the story and they're part of how the characters who are of their time feel, but I also disagree with it, and so it's hard for me to voice it because I don't want people thinking that I agree with it. I don't know, does anybody else kind of experience that? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I don't want to say the word because I don't want people to think like, oh, like, I must think that way. But at the same time, yeah, it's just, it is still part of the story, and it's an important part of the story because, I mean, we knew from the start that this was kind of what it was going to be about based off of last chapter. And how Michelle ended up being Mitchell. So, we knew that this was coming, we just don't know how it's going to happen. But I do like that this is being treated very seriously. Something inside me crumbled. and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? The things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. Then, the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied, "She's still just a child." That voice. I don't know who this is, and one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head... Oh, is that DDA then? I'm gonna assume it's DDA. And it's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. I didn't know this recently, but when she got something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. Yeah, it is DDA. The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end up any other way. Why? It's not often there are women out other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you and somehow something got mixed up in her head. Why was DDA out there with her? I hope that's all that was. Amy, hadn't you told me you thought George was a gentleman? So what were you doing, getting so friendly with DDA? And DDA, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act like her? You were going to be a knight, so why were you out here with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure out something to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be George or DDA. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Why? What were you doing out there, DDA? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Amy's smiles, DDA's kindness. George. What about George? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself. Girls cry. Now you're getting a little bit of a... That's not the right mentality either. Tears are for girls, not for me. Yeah, at the same time, that's also the wrong idea, but okay. I bit down on my hard on my lip, wrapping myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things that I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night, threatening to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying that I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. Did so that was this a magical transformation then? Is this what happened? Unless, I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said that it was the flu, that bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in this house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me, day and night, even foregoing sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer. "Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You're his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu." Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. So long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. "How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you, don't worry." But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was George. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. "You're disgusting." But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Huh? Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, what the? My voice did not recover. Wait, am I supposed to sound raspy now? Or am I supposed to use the voice that I'm using internally? Is this what's happening now? And when I attempted to climb up from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Okay, so at this point, we actually don't know why. Does fever promote gender transformation? Is this the solution that everybody needed, was just to get a fever all along? I wonder why it happened. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart. Like my dreams were becoming reality. "Michelle! Michelle!" When Mother scrambled into my bed chambers, I remembered the time she'd spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother. What? Oh, so it is just the voice for now, okay. But I still don't understand how this happened. I wish that all people who suffered with gender dysphoria could just have a magical flu and it would fix the problem. But yeah. I don't know yet. We'll find out, I guess, what happened at some point. What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? Yeah, that would be really nice. That would fix a lot of people's problems. What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle? A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. You don't have a fever. But I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As Mother repeated the phrase, you're a girl, again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, EDA, or George. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw, and at other times it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off into sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. Yeah, right? Mitchell he got fucked with his lot in early life. The poor dude. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard. Her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me. A smile on her face and her breasts exposed. Oh no, it's those dreams. It's those ones. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear. Do I have to grab the banana? The hiding banana? Okay, I'm gonna prepare the banana just in case. Oh, that's not the banana. Okay, we have the censorship banana for like the one singular time in this game where it was like, would you like breasts? Yes, this is the hiding banana for censorship's sake. Maybe I can maybe try to move the banana. Yeah, this is the special hiding banana, and if it's bad, I'll continue covering it with the banana, and if it's okay, you can be free from banana. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Okay, I'm pulling the banana across just in case. Okay, there doesn't seem to be nudity at the moment. Huh. Okay, maybe it's just the face. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked Mother's curves, my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength. But I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. Okay, but for real though, I'll put it out there. This is completely separate from Mitchell's problem because I agree with him, but also to some extent, but also, yeah, he's malnourished, but also ladies with swords are hot. I'll put that out there. Um, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Yeah, for real. I love a lady knight. Lady knights are like that's a pretty high tier thing. I'm gonna be honest. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Yeah. Oh, I haven't been to a Ren fair since I was like in elementary school. I need. Are there more lady knights there? I need to see one. I need them in my life. Don't need the last two. Mitchell. I want to go. I want to go to a Ren fair. I need lady knights. Okay, we're good. The banana of freedom. You did fencing? That's so cool. I wish I could have done fencing. I'm jealous. That's awesome, Violet. We do love a lady knight or a lady fencer. Yes, yes. Yeah. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. The Historical Fencing Club in undergrad. Ooh! No, I like it. That stuff is so cool. I wish they had that around my area. I did I did a little bit of like karate and like tennis, but I think that's really most of what I did. Well, no, I did some other sports growing up as well. I did, when I was really young, I did soccer. And then I joined, I was in like Pony League Baseball, and I was like 5 or 6, you know, before they, like basically that before that time, before they gender split teams. So that was an interesting experience. And then I was in softball, and then I did Tang Sudo, which is a Korean martial art, and then I did tennis all throughout like middle school, high school, and like my first year of college. So, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I did some sports, I guess. It's just I wish I could have done something cool like fencing. Man. Oh. Okay. Wait, they gender split this because they couldn't get a coach for the girls' team. Aw. Well, it's still cool that you did basketball. I think my younger sister did some basketball as well, so she met some of her friends through there too. I always got a little bit confused with basketball though. But yeah, it's always fun. Like I think sports does help a little bit with forming a yeah. Oh yeah. I remember I did this. I think I did like my younger sister also did gymnastics, and I think I joined for like a couple of sessions. But also I'm not super cool. I'm not super flexible, so it didn't go well for me. And then I think my mom tried to stick me in ballet when I was like 5 for like a month, and then I was like, she's like, oh, maybe it doesn't suit you. Maybe you don't like ballet, and I was like, no, I do not like ballet. Yeah, maybe if I had stuck with it for more than like a small amount of time. I think gymnastics is really cool too. Man, I want to do the cool sports. Oh, just it was not the vibe. That's very fair. I just want to do the. Why don't I have the cool sports? My school doesn't suck, but my school sucks for not having them. A sport where you just run. Yes, running. Track. I never got super into dancing, but it is really cool. Like, I do think it's cool to, like, when people who are good at dancing do their thing, I'm like, damn, you just killed that. I was never really good at running, though. I think I could do a mile in 9 minutes. I think that's not very good, right? That's not good for a mile, right? That's pretty... If I remember, I don't know what the average is, but... Yeah, I was not made for strength or speed. I was just made for perseverance. I was like, whenever I played college tennis, and just tennis in general, my high school tennis and my college tennis, I was not known as the strongest or the fastest one by any means. I was the most tenacious one. I would just keep getting the ball back until eventually the person who was on the other side who was trying to smack it would get annoyed that it kept coming back, and then they would fling it into the wall because out of, like, frustration. Yeah, it does count for something, tenacity. It's consistency. The closest I ever got was patterns in Hapkido. Oh! Yeah! I know my mom used to do badminton as well. I never did badminton like with a team or anything, but badminton was always a fun one. Like when I could, like when we went outside with like a shuttle, like and a little racket, it's kind of fun to hit that around. Yeah. What is patterns in Hapkido though? Hold on, let me look this up. I know we're a little bit distracted, but hold on. What is this? Hapkido. Oh, it's a martial art as well. Okay. Yeah, we're just side questing to very dramatic music. Oh damn, they're flipping people. I was a whenever I did Tang Soo Do, I was like a green belt. I think I was like I think a one stripe green belt. I think, and after that was just red and black. So, but I also did that when I was in middle school. I quit doing Tang Soo Do so I could do tennis as like my, like I say, full-time thing, as like my main sport in high school. So yeah. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bond. I still don't like that. I still don't like that being said out loud. The feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Oh, he's fucking laughing. He's having a good chuckle. Holy shit. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself my stomach hurt. He's having a mental MTV for sure. He's having a good laugh there. What is that? Oh god, what is the British phrase? I wasn't having a chuckle. It's just like another thing. But yeah. He's having a good laugh. Having a chuckle there, mate. Yeah. Sorry, I had to readjust myself on my chair. It was the first glimmer of light I'd seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. I'm not gonna voice that. He's just having a laugh. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. Still laughing. I was always a boy. But I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. A big chuckle. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously right through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall. Everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money, had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening. Though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George, her beloved husband. Never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade. A mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. And we would have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. That was all there was to it. I'd say Michael instead of... no, it did say Mitchell the whole time. Okay. Huh? What? Everyone's gaze is concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then with my deepened voice I said, I'm cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you, Father? Huh? Michelle? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. George gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me! I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Well, I mean, Mitchell couldn't, stay locked in his room forever. Stop that! Don't look at me! Don't give me that look! You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? And you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Okay, now, Mitchell, you're stirring the pot. You're being a big old shit stirrer here. Don't be so damn full of yourself. I have no interest in... that's too far, man. That's too far. So why don't you go crying to Didier's arms? Huh? He is literally trying to cause his family to fall apart. Although I guess it's probably good that George knows that his brother fucking sucks. And his wife sucks. But also, they're in the middle of dinner. Could this not wait for another time? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why DDA? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for George, but that whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed. A chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. When Michelle lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her! Throw her into her room and lock the door! She's a girl! She was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my Are you just gonna bear it all in front of everybody at dinner? This is a little dramatic. But I guess this is a visual novel, so yeah. Bear it all. Bear it, like, or public nudity, private nudity, I don't know. Wait, hold on. If he's throwing off the sheet, do I need the banana again? Hold on, the banana's ready. I ripped off the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it onto the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted. Restrain her. Okay, I think we're good. Mitchell in front of my salad? I love that. Thank you. Thank you for also knowing that reference. In front of my salad? Restrain her! Please, someone restrain her! Fear reigned in the great hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination! You're not a boy. You're an abomination. What? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl. He's really gotta go into all that detail. Taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why? Why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? Maybe because you may have had a magical fever, gender-changing fever. I think that would freak out a lot of people. But yeah, it's good that your problem is fixed, but also I would definitely not be surprised. Like, people would be shocked, you know? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. Oh. Wait. Was Mitchell intersex all along? There's nothing there. Oh. So he's intersex. Okay. You've got nothing there. Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl. She's my daughter. Mother, seemingly in a bad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over again. She was a girl! As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense now to a small extent. Because, if, like, Mitchell hadn't hit puberty until he was 14 and he was intersex, I could see it was never, I guess, a gender-changing fever. It was just intersexness doing what intersex does. Oh, that must have been the actual fucking worst, for sure. Like, people probably thought you were cursed and, like, burned poor intersex people at the stakes. Oh my god. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. George was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. Yeah, I've never met, like, an intersex person, but I can imagine how confusing that must be when you're raised up one way, and then, like, you hit puberty, and things that you did not expect may start happening. Like, I can imagine that's super confusing. And that's in today's age where we all know about that. In the Middle Ages, you're fucked. Because everybody probably thinks you're cursed. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. Yeah, it was just like, witch! It's a witch! Yeah. For real, though. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, a female name she had bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother, prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? I guess, would you not receive education on the difference between a male or a female body in the Middle Ages? I feel like that would at least be common knowledge, right? Or nah. I actually don't know the answer to this. I feel like everybody, like, would have been told, right? There should be a very clear distinction made there at a very young age. I don't know. Was it too exposing? I don't know. Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Yeah, they didn't, like, women didn't get an education in the Middle Ages, so I can understand to some extent, but I would think, like, at least regarding the difference between men and women, like, physically, should probably be something that's taught. Because that's I don't know. I feel like that's like a base education thing, but maybe some people just weren't. I don't know. Middle Ages, you weird. You weird Middle Ages. Yeah. Why? I don't understand. Someone. Anyone. Please tell me. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they didn't go over, like, charts or anything, but I feel like they could have at least, like, explained to women in Middle Ages that that men have peckers down there, you know? I feel like that's something that's important to describe to like, people, what people have and what they don't have normally. Because otherwise, that way people... I feel like this confusion could be avoided for poor intersex people, I guess. But you know what? It was a different era. Different era, I guess. What do I know? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please. I've brought your supper. I'll be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michelle? See, this question could be avoided if there was just proper education. Why is Mitchell confused? Why was this not taught to him as baby? Well, not baby, as I don't know, child. Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? Oh, it's okay, it's a man. Okay, I'm a man. If that is all, I will be going now. Clothes. Are you gonna ask him the servant to strip in front of you to double check? I know! If annual doctor's visits were a thing, like, we could have answered so many of these questions. Maybe, I mean, also, Mitchell's supposed to be from a noble family. You would have thought somebody would tell him at any one point. Clothes off. There's a lot of nudity going on in this chapter. It hasn't been shown, but there's a lot of it. What? Take your clothes off right now. I know, they had money to give, like, Mitchell an education, even when he was Michelle. Like, I don't see... I mean, I know that they wanted to teach him embroidery and shit like that, but, like... I mean... The basics. The basics! But then again, who am I to say anything? Yeah, like a tutor. Because, like... Who am I to say anything, though? Because, you know what? We do school, and school should be preparing us for, like, the future, you know? Like, it should be preparing, like, kids to, like, get into, like, finances. And, you know, like, everyday stuff, like taxes and bills. And they teach you instead, like, the same, I don't know. As a person that did, like, well, that grew up in Texas, like, I was taught Texas history 3 times. 3 times! But taxes? No. Never. How could they do this? Take off your clothes. Right now. Everything, even your underclothes. I guess Mitchell's gonna try to get the answer from this guy at least, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you get... Aw, that sucks. If you, like, Well, I mean, if you're religious, that's... Like, then I guess that's good. But, like, I guess if you want to learn literally anything else, then I can see how religious school would be kind of overpowering for, like, learning, like, other things. Man. That's the difficult thing, though, because I've never been to a religious school, so I don't really know what they're like. Surely you jest, Michelle. Yeah. Yeah, for real, though. They're not a vibe. I figured they probably wouldn't be, but I also didn't want to judge without having the experience. Surely you jest, Michelle. I'm very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. Mitchell. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. Mitchell's power hungry now, for real. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Jesus. Michelle! I ordered you to take your clothes off. Ugh. Wait, oh, banana? Banana? Okay, maybe we're good, maybe we're good. Maybe we're good. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. I wanted to find the truth, not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. his face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? He's lacking it. My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michelle? It was then that I finally learned. See, once again, education. And something. Where's the money going, Bollinger Estate? Why have you not taught this to your child? What a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How could you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? Well, that's, yeah. Honestly, he hadn't found, like, a book, and, yeah, at any library like they had on the estate. Yeah, there's no science. Well, to be fair, books in general are rare, but I guess when they did lock Mitchell up in the mansion, earlier, they did send him a book every year. Well, no, it was, sorry, they sent him one every month. So, which was how Giselle was able to figure out how long he had been at the mansion locked up by himself. But how you appear does not. There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Yeah. So, because I know they locked him up there, and they did send him the book, but, like, I guess he gets a book a month, but beyond that, he didn't have anything else. There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes, not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, it would be no different from me. What? Everything else is all the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't. Michelle? I'm a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like— No! Mitchell, no! Mitchell, no! You can't just do that! You can't just do that, Mitchell! What the fuck? Mitchell, that's not how that works! Without that, you're no different than me. Oh my god! Holy shit, Mitchell, no! Maybe is this why he got isolated to the mansion by himself? It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Oh no. It is the Menti Bee! The Menti Bee! Please don't do this, Michelle! In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions. Is it actually gonna happen? I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. No, Mitchell, no. Mitchell, no. Without it, you'll be just like me. Oh, no. Is he gonna do it live? Is he doing it live? Get off of me, please! Someone help! I'll make you just like me. Get in here, someone! Anyone! Michelle! She's delirious! Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized that I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them than when I had made the scene in the great hall. A dozen men-servants stared down at me, their eyes filled with hate, with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Oh, well, at least he didn't get that far. But also, calm down, Mitchell. This is not the answer. Violence is not the answer. You can't just cut that off. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say that I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! Oh, he's not a happy boy. After that, I was shut in my room again. And even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved, and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength. The door and the windows didn't budge. A day passed, and then another. Are they just gonna starve him to death for now? I mean, that's not gonna fix things. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. They're literally going to, like, starve and like... Oh my god. He's gonna die. Well, he's not gonna die, because this is just his past, but, like... I mean, this situation's just fucked. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was gonna lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone please give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging at the window, at the door. Oh. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone! I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door! Anyone! Water. I need water. One drop, that's all I need. I'm gonna die in here. Someone. Anyone! Mother, father! DDA, George! Someone open the door, please! Help me! Someone, I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone, water. DDA, George. Anyone! Not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectantly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. And I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door. We don't want to be cursed too. I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kind of scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why? Do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. Scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. The 5th. How long can you go without water again? How is Mitchell getting through this? Very, very poorly. The 5th, and then the 6th day passed. 7 days? Oh. Well, we're hitting that point, I think. And by that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door. So I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I'd been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why the door that I had so yearned to open actually did. And someone stepped inside, standing over me. I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. I don't know who's talking. Hey, are you still alive? Look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. Oh, it's Amy. Okay. Oops. Is she actually giving him water, or is she just playing with him? Is she messing with him? I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her. The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode, so I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. She's definitely mocking him. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here. At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. What a bitch! Amy, you bitch! At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. Water. What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So, I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. And then, Amy, you bitch! You bitch! Oh my God! Then she let go. Is she gonna make him lick it up off the ground? She is. Get her out of here! Fuck Amy! Leave! Get out! Get out! Go on. Drink. You'd better hurry or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug. Pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it. This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. Oh, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingays. Is it Should I say Bollinger or Bollinger? Either way, I'm pissed off at Amy. I was thinking that it's Bollinger, but I've been saying Bollinger the entire time. Crap. The Bollinger is sucking water out of a carpet. Ah, I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun. Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. I know, she's wildin'! Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assumed it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me. Come on, open up. Today I'm gonna feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? Amy, why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun. Why else? You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me? Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of less stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities? Amy! Ew. I would rather you not to speak my name if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George, will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. It's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say that you've gone mad. That you've sold your soul to the devil. You honestly believe anyone would trust you? I'm not mad. I don't know. You look plenty mad to me. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you. You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could live more than you. You'd never find work. I'd give you a week at best. You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it out on my own. Maybe. But either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that? Oh, sorry. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. No one else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable. But in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. Not putting on an act. Liar. Although to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. Amy! You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him? And it all would have worked out beautifully too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise that I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you dare try and pretend otherwise, damn you. You know, I don't feel terrible right now. I mean, I don't like the word, but at the same time, Amy's being a bitch. She's being a crazy bitch. So, yeah. My, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know. I'm not a girl. Then what are you? I'm a man. A man? With that body? Amy quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me! You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. Well, I mean, to be fair, you did have starve him to death. He's literally barely able to, like, move at all. I'm not all that strong, either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. Get! She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most... Man, people suck. The most important part. Stop. Get off me. I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me! Groaning in anger and frustration. Man, Amy, this is very uncomfortable. Fuck. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot. Ah! Amy, stop, you bitch! You bitch! And slammed her foot between my legs. I shuddered as pain jolted up my spine. Oh shit. Pain screams. Amy looked down at me as I screamed. Oh, he's full screaming there. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? It's a surprise. Even without the boy parts, it still hurts? Stop, please! She didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please! She dug her... Ah! Stop it! She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have... Yep, it is... confirming here. I guess we now know for... I mean, we already kind of guessed it, because the inference was always there, but I think we are for sure now, like, definitely Mitchell was always intersex. Okay. The feel of it, you don't have quite have proper girl parts either. What? No, this is so gross. Ew. Somebody get Amy off of sexually harassing Mitchell. This is so uncomfortable to read. Please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. I feel so uncomfortable. What a strange creature you are. Stop! Stop! Could have died right there, then and there. Honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? I mean, my god. This sucks. I just want to be through this scene. This hurts me to look at. Well, to read. And you lusted after me with this body? Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Please, is it... Okay, we're through. Ugh. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day. Her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit. I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Amy started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michelle? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right there. It's gonna get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You. What was that? Do you have something to say? Oh, I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Phew. Huh? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Girl, damn. I'm gonna kill you, Amy. Huh? That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her. And like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. Felt like I was gonna vomit. But I was determined not to let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. Holy shit, Mitchell. He's serious about this. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm. But I could never seem to make good on my determination. Ugh. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife. Oh god, no, not the shoe tip. I collapsed onto the floor with a fit of convulsions. And just as I was able to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. Weo. Mr. Zeo of the Weo, why are you screaming back there? My cat is calling. I will not let him in, though. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again, and again, and again, and again. No, I'm not letting Zeo in. He's been fed once. I think he either wants in, or he wants to be fed a second time, and I know he's been fed already, so he's not getting away with it. Ow, Zeo! No! No food! No! Can you hear that still? That was a little bit quieter, but he's still going. And if I can hear it through my through my relatively soundproof headphones, it must be pretty loud. Stop. My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing? Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipped away from me. I caught a glimpse of Amy's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. Dio, I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red, and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Jeez. What am I gonna do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it, and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle? You're a demon child. Why? Was I the demon, and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the time before my body had transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness. Kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? Michelle! Oh, Michelle, are you in there? Do you need something, George? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? He's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us a lunch, and then... Oh, we'll take a couple of horses up to the forest edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not. I see. Well, if Michelle's coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michelle or nothing? Of course. Why on earth would I go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself. Like, le gasp! What is that? Le gasp! DDA, could I perhaps make a small request?
Go on, let's hear it.
Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins?
Oh, that's all? By all means. Medieval sarcasm, le gasp! I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that'll be a problem for you, though, Michelle.
I'll be careful.
My nose is itchy. Ah! Okay. Hey! Whoa! Slow down, guys! Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there.
Are we going a bit too fast?
No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Ah, finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery? Indulge in some nice pathos. Some pathos. It's pathos, isn't it? Crap. A warrior and his horse need not a pathos. Isn't that right, Michelle?
It certainly is, DDA.
Come on, you guys. Be nice. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers, or dancing with butterflies, or gazing out at a beautiful sunset, or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism.
Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though.
You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my, I'm gonna have to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did he just call me?
Now, you two, why don't we stop here for a picnic?
Seconded, my stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home.
A cat?
Yep, speckled from the head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mother flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. I wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. George, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is.
It would be nice, though. To have a cat, I mean.
You think so? Then how about this? We keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it on days when it's cloudy, Michelle.
I don't know what cats eat, though.
I bet he'd like pastries. No, why are you throwing the cat, giving the cat pastries? That's like, no. You want to kill the cursed thing? DDA, be the voice here. The voice of reason. Cannot approve of someone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea.
Sorry.
Oh, pull the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help me out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. But now you're trying to drag me into this. Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, George. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle?
What? You want me to name it?
Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You got this. Now, George, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like.
You said the cat was speckled and ugly?
Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
Alright then. Mitchell, that's not the name. That is a name of all time. That is one of the names of all time. Ugly Speckles.
That's its name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle. But you said it was ugly and speckled, George. I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. It's really not.
Ugly Speckles.
It's not that funny.
It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I...
Not you too, DDA.
We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. Do you think a cat's going to want to sit on a picnic blanket or something? Because I guarantee that cat's going to be running off into the woods.
That we should.
Well, Michelle's gotten a little bigger. Let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though.
God, must you always be such a jerk?
DDA. George. Was Amy telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? DDA, George, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like Amy? DDA, George, how do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we have been able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down. Because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathe to admit it. Oh, they did say he had been in that house for 10 years, so at least he was only... I say at least he was only abused by Amy for a year. Like, it's only a year. Smile, cry. This is... a whole year of that fucking sucks. As much as I loathe to admit it. I was terrified of her. Wait, no, never mind. It's not just a year. Because if he left when he was 17, it had been 10 years because he was 27 at the other mansion. But if he was 17 when he left the mansion and he was 14, I guess, or 15 now, then that's like 2 to 3 years. Oh, that's extra garbage. I was terrified of her. Every day I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michelle. I brought your favorite parsnips. No wonder he hates parsnips. Well, the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm gonna cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So make sure you do. I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky? Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw.
Hmm. What, you don't want any? Then what am I gonna do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride. Gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
I suck. I'm getting tongue-tied. That's how you know I've been reading for a while. It is the worst. Poor Mitchell's getting fucked up. Amy needs to get out of here.
She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally.
I didn't drink another bit of my coffee because I've been talking a while.
Okay. To be honest, it is rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body, this discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "Done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. When she was gone, the servants took over attending me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Amy having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me.
Well, I think it's perfectly fair to just not like anyone that tortures you, regardless of man, woman, or other.
I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled at my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of the door, whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely.
Yeah. Oh. This sucks.
It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep.
It's no wonder why he was completely happy living in the mansion like for 10 years, because at least that solitude is peaceful compared to like this. This fucking sucks.
And suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. Mitchell! Mitchell, are you awake?
Oh, wait. EDA called him Mitchell. That's nice. Maybe they didn't give up on them. Maybe it was the mother and father that stopped the brothers from going to him.
If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damn voice. But... When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they'd never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I smell dinner. I smell some sort of food. Ah, yes, it's because there's pizza behind me and I only just noticed now. I don't know how long pizza has been here. Audra snuck in behind me and put pizza down, and I didn't even notice. When did he come in? Am I this invested that I just didn't hear him open the door or come down, set down a pizza with ranch dressing? And then suddenly I smell it. Okay, 1 second. Okay. That smells like food. It's because it is food. Am I just that deaf? I just no longer hear him? To be fair, this game is very loud. And I'm afraid to turn it down anymore. Pizza's worth it for sure. This also looks like it's been in the room for a little while. So he came in a while ago, and I just... At what point was it? Like, was it when I was yelling something awkward? I'm a little concerned. 1 second. I have pizza! It's pizza time. I'm gonna take a quick break, eat my pizza, gather my voice again. It's pizza time. Oh, you got pizza too? What kind of pizza you got? I've never had salami on pizza, I think. But it could be good. Salami pizza? I'm never sure about banana peppers, though. I feel like a lot of times I get a banana pepper and I'm like, ugh. But I guess I also have a pretty sensitive palate. Oh. I wish I had pizza to put up on my stream. You know what? I wonder if VTube Studio has pizza. Just so people know that I'm eating. That makes sense. One second, I'm gonna open up VTube Studio. Do they have pizza? Is that an object I can use? Pizza. No, pizza. There's no pizza! It's a crying shame. No pizza. I mean, I could take my emergency banana. Maybe, but that's not pizza. Pizza transparent PNG. Yeah, that'll work. Copy image. Oh, save pizza. Save it as pizza.png. Now I can have pizza, maybe. Hold on. I'm invested now.
Well, if I could spell pizza right. Oh wait. I have pizza! We have liftoff! There we go. It's a big pizza. You're good. People know now. This is a massive pizza. Like, imagine having pizza slices that were like bigger than, like, a singular slice is bigger than your face. Yeah, I got the pizza. Mitchell is sad, but at least we have pizza. Sorry, I'll be done in a second. I'm trying to eat quickly. A pizza place near my uni had pizza slices. Mm. Oh! That's like multiple meals worth of pizzas then, right? I don't think I could eat, like, if a single slice was bigger than my head, I don't think I could eat the whole pizza in one sitting. I mean, not that I do that anyway. But, yeah! I think it's kind of funny, because, not that it really matters, but I promise I'm not chewing with my mouth open, but my model is reading, like, my chin being lower than normal as, like, my mouth being open. So it does kind of look like I'm chewing with my model because of that. Like, a whole week? Wow. It's the immersion! You know, these actually weren't meant to be for eating food, but this was originally supposed to be an expression toggle for, like, for being, not smug, but, like, oh god, what's the word? Hold on. I've lost the word. What did I say it was for? Hold on, I have the original doc. Oh yeah! I don't remember the word. Yeah, this was supposed to be part of a toggle for, like, being pouty. And it was originally looking like this. But then I realized, when they gave it to me, I was like, can I get a version of this, but with, like, one thing? Like, little cheek thing there? And they actually separated it into 3 different expression toggles. And because of that, I realized that if I just, like, put the 2, like, things on here and didn't put the little mad face, I just look like I'm eating. It's like an all-in-one. I can be pouty, and I can also eat food. Immersion! Yeah, I got one more slice left. Sorry, I'll get back to it in a minute. Wait. Wonder why do they call them banana peppers, though? Now I'm thinking about it, because they don't taste like bananas. They just taste like a type of pepper. Is it because of the color? Or because they're kind of like yellow-green, more than yellow. Somebody just looked at that pepper and said, that look reminds me of a banana. For whatever reason. Sorry, I'm almost done. I'm just thinking now I need the banana pepper lore. Okay. You can take the wrench and put it over there, and then we're good to go, I think. Yeah! You think? Alright. We have finished the pepper. Not the pepper, the pizza. I didn't have pepper. And take the pizza. My pizza. There. They're bright yellow color and long shape. Lore acquired. I like to think of them as like, they're kind of yellow-green to me though, but I guess I also like, I mean, you can argue semantics on color. I don't know, let me look up banana peppers. Yeah, they're yellow-green. I'm gonna fight whoever said that it's like a banana pepper. Yep. Somebody made a mistake with their colors and now we have to live with it. Yeah. Alright. Back to the drama. Oh yeah, now they can't be taken back. Now we just call them banana peppers, even though they don't look like bananas. Well, they're at least not banana colored. They're wrong. They've made mistakes. Okay. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I'd given up. Assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another bam, bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Mitchell. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Mitchell. Is it really you, DDA, George? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. It was only a heartbeat, and then DDA spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm gonna unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking like crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed. George. Father wants me dead? Felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore? It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why you prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, finding back a bitter, angry sigh.
but I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? You really felt that way. Then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded the door, begging to be set free? Never once did you come. Not even once. Mitchell, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind. I sold myself to the devil, don't you? No, Mitchell, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Mitchell, No, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, DDA, George. You left me here. Abandoned me. For 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art. Bitch! Art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And DDA's a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say you're wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And George feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Mitchell. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. It was that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Mitchell. If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child. And what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? And that you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more, DDA, George? You absolutely can, Mitchell. I swear to God on high. And I swear to the God of art. George, what are you, the comedic? This is not the time for your comedy, George. Mitchell's gonna be executed tomorrow, and you're praying to the God of art. Mitchell. I have no choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. He would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay. I'll go. Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Mitchell. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. But there's some rumors about the house it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either. That's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kind of rumors? Well, no point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I'd hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Mitchell. 10 years, by the way. 10 years! Temporary? 10 years. Cannot say how long it will be, but Father will pass away eventually. And when he does... Okay, they're just waiting for the dad to pass away. Okay, then they did keep their word. George will inherit the estate. And that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm gonna be executed. So send me anywhere, I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I'll talk to Father, and ensure he doesn't suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family. Thanks! You're really putting it light on Mitchell, George. Very good. Way to really just gently, ease him into it. George! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger. I see. Okay then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. What? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Ah, right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Mitchell? Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn! Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Mitchell. That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. Get what you need together. Alright. Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years. They hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from George. Our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion's several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I'll send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and... something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Mitchell, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass the message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? You sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then. I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Mitchell. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you, George, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha, so... some canvas and... how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay. I know this is hard enough on you, Mitchell. Already hard enough on you, Mitchell, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody out but the servants? But simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out that you're actually alive. Especially Father. Oh, is Didier gonna say that he killed Mitchell himself? Please do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know that I'm alive? The mother knows after all this time? I think she's one of the people that you wouldn't want to tell. Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think... Considering she was the one that had Mitchell killed at the very end, when after the father died, I don't think she loves him like that anymore. Oh shit, no! I think my space bar is acting up again, probably. She loves you, Mitchell, she really does. I'm just, is having a little bit of trouble facing the truth. Even though she's not here to see you off. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you. So please, take the time to write her back. She's an old woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, it'll suffice. Alright. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in the house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know, he could be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Damn, for real? George just can't, keep down his inner comedian during, a time when he's about to say goodbye to Mitchell for who God knows how long. And, from a terrible situation. Give me a break, I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Mitchell was alive! Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy will suspect a thing. Amy. Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better. When George said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been 1.5 years since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would even be slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed George still had yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between you two, Mitchell? Amy didn't do a damn. Never mind. Huh? I can't tell them. Can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Amy? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me something serious, and, well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. Age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. He can get past anything. I'm surprised you just didn't toss Amy out of the house, although I guess that's noble politics for you. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, George? Sure would, yeah. Believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard to not like a girl like Amy. Oh, I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around George and Didier. No one else knows. She's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if George thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Mitchell? Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. And you could. Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, Dee? I'm glad to hear. You're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know. Blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Mitchell. Though your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget I am a knight, George. In time. In time. Speaking of, we don't have much time left. I'm gonna tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier. Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. One last question, then. Yes? Am I your brother? He's asking the question that's gonna make people look like confused in the Middle Ages. Well, I mean, look at ya. Don't look like much of a sister to me. Yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long, then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Mitchell. Farewell. Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, then George. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watched as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain, until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would the people still call me a demon child? Having to write Mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. George had acted like it would be nothing. But it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that, with time, things would change. But how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. This wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you'd simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There you were, a young man with a sad fate. You met a wonderful woman and fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Mitchell? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her— Silence! Wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. Poor Mitchell. You surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks. It's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. And yet it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in this world, yourself. Your weakness, your ugliness. Face it in despair. Don't. Again. Once again. My own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more. And the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. But I have no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived. I please for mercy, fading into dark nothingness. Okay, so we are going to go over like the 10 years that he was in the house then, maybe. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance. But I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours, I stared out the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. Oh, are we gonna go over when he meets Morgana? Because that's here too. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside. My coming here was a very recent development. More likely then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Like the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally, there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as DDA had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window? Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after who I'd been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. Pews weren't facing the stained glass window, but the cross. Why, though? Felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. As perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But, of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cold surface, and my heart leapt. It was I say cold surface, it was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away, and my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I gonna find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. He's doing the horror movie thing. Coffee. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. Observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhumane force, I mounted the staircase. By the 3rd or 4th loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to. So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is but turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I had reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason. Largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness and butterness, and bitterness rushing through me, but I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about that door. And then, I pushed it open.
Hi, Morgana. This is where you lived and died, right?
A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in this mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm.
How long was her body just in the observation tower at the top dead?
A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to.
Yeah, because last chapter, I don't know, to be fair, we also do know that Morgana lived in the kind of in the Middle Ages as well, but I don't know how many it was also fell into disuse and it was a mansion built around the original chapel, so I imagine it was at least a few hundred years probably. Or Morgana. She never got like a proper burial or anything. No wonder she's haunting bitches.
So I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought.
Morgana's life sucked really more than most people. She just basically got fucked at every corner of her life. And even the parts where she like, that was nice. We're not nice.
I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at that sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal, imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house? Unwanted and alone. Robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me. That corpse would be me in the future. DDA, George, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will be happy to accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess, that we'll drop pictures, and nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that I'd grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Yeah, George, pray that you can be that for me.
I feel really sad because they never, as far as I'm aware, unless anything changes in chapter 7, he never met them again. Because when on the way, before he could even get the carriage to go back, Mother sent out everyone with pitchforks to murder him. Man, that's depressing. Yeah. He waited 10 years, and then just as he was about to go home, he sent a letter to his mother, asking her to accept him for who he was, and that he had found a lover, and that she wanted him to just treat him as a man finally. And then she's like, "No, fuck you, I'm murdering you," and then sent out all the pitchfork people, and then he died, and then he locked Giselle in the tower, and then Morgana sunk her little claws into Giselle and made her live for several hundred years. And then she went crazy. That's the supernatural part. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited, and I hoped that the day might arrive, when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now is what I was meant to be. All that time I had spent as a girl, none of that was real. EDA had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken. Because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. The flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I once had. Sucking me dry of all trust. Brothers, and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was. Started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate. The servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me and making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing. That my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? You do. I ask of you to guide me. To please tell me what I am. I truly am cursed. And perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much.
spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. The size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life had withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, miserable it must have been, locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death. I alone shall take comfort in your presence. Poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie. I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. That's dire. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. He's so bored, he's just sitting with the skeletons now. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. The hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. It was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man. But I didn't bother to say anything about that. I knew it was a waste of breath. But I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. At the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Is this where the mother was crazy? Did she just, paint him, as a girl, just to make herself feel better? Huh? Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash, a fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sense of pain. But now it was back. No, George, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter, in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence. My beloved daughter, Michelle. Every day I pray that your curse might be broken. But lately, I've come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you were supposed to be. What a bitch! So long have you spent in that accursed form, it is little surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what it is? So I asked George to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you've already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? The flowing white hair and skin like glass. Those deep, enchanting red eyes. Those slender figures and modest feminine frame. Don't describe your own daughter this way. Like, even, like, daughter or son, do not describe your child like this. That's enough to freak out your child, no matter what, no matter what's going on. Those soft lips. It's not like you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had to imagine what you would look like now. That is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself. Your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting, my dear sweet Michelle. This is you. This is the real you. Oh! You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago. You can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget about that dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I'm waiting, forever waiting for you. That's so horrid. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me, her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. That is like such an awful thing to send, for real. Accept your children. People suck. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... Oh, he's not happy. I'm not gonna scream though, because I think my voice will end up hurting sooner rather than later. I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? 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 I yanked at my hair. Why, George? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me, so why? Why would you do this? Why would you make this? I've been waiting so long. I put my trust into you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed just like Mother. And that's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, George! Tell me the truth! What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? This isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband. No. Oh my god. Mitchell, no. I lifted it high in the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! And slashed the woman. Okay. Oh, thank God. It's just the painting. That's acceptable. Please slash the painting up. And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me. This isn't me. I am not this woman. I'm a man. Carved into it. This is not how I look. With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I'm an abomination. I tore into that smile. Contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing. This wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers, for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother. for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father, for trying to have me killed. Amy, for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had.
I can make that happen.
A voice rang out.
I can curse them for you, my dear.
It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides, behind me. But there was no one else around.
Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I've been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world.
How am I supposed to know who you are?
How could you not, my dear? You've visited me so many times, held me in your arms, whispered poor child into my ear again and again.
No, that's not possible. I see. I finally truly lost my mind.
If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain.
The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time.
Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand.
I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze seemed almost judgmental, but I marched for the tower unconcerned.
For so long I've been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work, that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You are the only one to stay by my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me.
Uh-oh. Morgana's at it again.
Now open the door, Mitchell.
It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either Mother's or Amy's.
I know, he's about to be taken in by the witch here.
Enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was the ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else.
Are the bones gone? The bones are gone? Where did the bones go? Truly, the danger bongos! Danger bongos! The skeleton's acting up, man!
Thank you for opening the door.
Also, hi Finn, how's it going? How was Sandrock?
It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there for as long as I had been at this house, had vanished without a trace.
Spooky, scary skeletons. It really is October.
I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear. You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge. Revenge? Now I can make those men suffer a hell worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end.
I had to restart it because I've been playing for so long the monsters forgot their pathing. Oh no! Well, and started showing up inside your yard. Well, it's a shame about the monsters just forgetting what they're supposed to do, but, I'm glad that it seems to have gone well otherwise, because otherwise, playing that long must mean you're enjoying it, right? The tenderness in her words crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. Who are you? Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Well, that's exactly the kind of person I needed. You're not the witch, are you? That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana. Morgana, I assumed, which was nothing but a legend, a tale. Yeah, it's good you're having fun. If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. See, I could place a curse on someone that you have a grudge against, drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted me freedom, after all. Sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse, and for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Mitchell. It's the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality, for devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds. That is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here, and force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother who made that ridiculous painting? George. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead, or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as this whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have some sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced in it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them. To curse my brothers, mother, father, Amy. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you're welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female. Why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? George? Mother? Father? Amy? All of them? Mitchell, you are being dragged down by her temptations? What are you supposed to do if your whole family is dead? At least believe that maybe Didier is not contacting you for a reason. Because everybody needs to think that you're dead. Until Padre dies. George, though? George has no excuse. Fuck whatever George did. They had me exiled to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light.
As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me. Left me in that room for 2 years. Left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I? Have you made up your mind? I have. Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now. But I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. I mean, I'd curse Amy at least. Like, at least Amy. This is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do. That I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why then can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why, then, should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself? I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. That good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier. He is literally being tempted by a devil. Like, before, that was all good. That was just unfortunately, intersex in Middle Ages. This is an actual devil. Get away! Be gone! Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family. Why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead. Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. Amy? My mama said you're the tough. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group, and the whole thing could come crashing down. All because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern for them will devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you gave them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Mitchell. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant, overwhelmed. I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. Well, I mean, you didn't mean to. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No. Every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them, she serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal. So unbelievable. Oh. Hold on. Oh, no, I'm okay. I'm fine. That I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on holding onto your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's much more darkness or seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I told you this already. You're so desperate to deny it, Mitchell. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill DDA, or George, or Mother, or Father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head. Be honest with yourself, Mitchell. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands. Well, I would hope not. Standing over their bodies. No, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Mitchell. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me. No, I wasn't in control. No, Mitchell, you were. Enough! I'm done listening to you. Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Mitchell. Do you even know where I am? Where are you? I'm standing behind you. Huh? In front of you. Now I'm beside you. You're just playing around with me, Morgana. Mocking me for your own amusement. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me? We are not close. You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you. Enough. Enough. Enough! Let it go, Mitchell. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it. Please, just stop. And where might you be going, Mitchell? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Well, that's quite amusing considering that I'm the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Mitchell. On the contrary. Stop talking. Please, just stop. I want to set you free from your misery. I can't take it anymore, please. Just Just be quiet. Huh? Who's there? I'm here to deliver your monthly package. I see. What? Michelle? Is something the matter? I opened the door, and there stood a servant of the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. Hi, KP, how's it going? Are you having a good evening? Welcome in. We are currently doing, Chapter 7 out of 8 of Fata Morgana, where we are learning about the main character's past. And, now he is slowly going insane being tempted by the witch Morgana. So, that's fun. This poor guy has been through a lot. A human. A normal person. Not a witch, or a spirit, or a demon. I knew good and well. The servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said. But at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please. Pardon? The witch. She talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. Yeah! No, it's been super good. There have been, like... I appreciate how real this visual novel has been. Because there are times, like, where it's been super uncomfortable and dark, but it didn't shy away from it, and it's treated pretty much everything with respect. And I really, really appreciate that. This has been a fantastic read. You're just in my chair again. Without going into spoilers, out of curiosity, do you have a favorite door? What's your favorite door? I'm curious, well, since I'm nearly done. I mean, I still want to finish the last two without any spoilers, but yeah, there's definitely been some uncomfy spots, but like it's really good though. Like, and I think some things are just meant to be uncomfy, unfortunately, because it's like it is dark kind of themed, so. The witch's voice. It's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. Oh, I'm perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Oh, you like the final door the most? I keep hearing that a lot of people love that final door the most, and now I am heavily looking forward to it. So I think I'm gonna end up doing that this next week as well. I'm trying to finish one chapter a day. But damn, it's been so good. I have more to look forward to, yay! No, I did no such thing. You're completely insane. No, I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. Why? I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Mitchell, your mind is far, far from sound. I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it. The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, It's not like the thing she set in. She slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them. Revile them. Remember. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember. Remember the scorn in their eyes. The way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and then you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who've wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I've told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. You're the same type of person, Mitchell. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had, or how much hatred it instilled in you, Mitchell, you're a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I'm not twisted.
Where's Giselle to come in here and kind of free him of this agony? Poor Morgana, poor Mitchell is just getting, freaking harassed by Morgana at all times of the day. Let him go to another room, let him rest.
Do you honestly still believe you're normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You are not normal, and I will repeat that as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one's going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that could save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I'm nothing like you. I'm not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm human. I'm a human. Man? Yes, a man. With that body? Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some people say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God.
At least Morgana knows about intersex people. It's a shame about the rest of the Middle Ages.
Like unto God? Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you.
Yeah, she's like the only one who knows. What the heck?
You are not human.
Okay, no, that's too... No, Morgana, that's not true. Now you're going too far. Maybe she doesn't know. Morgana's just spouting shit.
You're not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together.
Maybe, yeah, Morgana doesn't know shit either. She's just spouting shit and hoping it lands on him.
But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now. I have not. I'm human. I'm a person, a normal person. The youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I'm an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel, whose name I shared, looked down upon me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream and stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate.
To be fair, if he ran away in that time before anyone could just be like, hey, there's a missing person, I'm sure he could probably get it. Like, I mean, he would be, to be fair, it would be hard with the white hair. But, like, no one would know, like, oh, that's the Bollinger child. Like, nobody would know that.
Someone. Anyone. Please. Tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone. Please tell me I'm not cursed.
Giselle, please? Please, Giselle?
When I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ah! The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then...
oh yeah, I forgot he's got albinoism too, so he can't go outside much. Man, things just suck for Mitchell. Man!
My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Ah! Black smoke rose.
Black smoke? Huh? Huh? Smoke?
Rose from the sizzling flesh. A sickening stench filled the air.
Is he actually burning? He's like a freaking vampire?
Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body.
This man actually burns in the sunlight?
Why am I... Water. I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness.
Yeah, he's just a vampire now.
Gasping and groaning, I trudged back in the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. I don't think you are in need of any water. Take another look at yourself. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. Ow. I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see.
Okay, so now he is just hallucinating. Okay. He's not a vampire, he's just fucked mentally and can't go outside. This sucks for him.
Where'd that pain come from then? This distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing.
I know. The poor guy.
It's happened to me, too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think, and your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. I collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window. I felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Or perhaps, metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that. Which left me with only one option. To stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. Eh? Ah. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else, I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me.
Morgana's just like freaking like gaslighting people into thinking they're all witches. She did it to Giselle, and now we're seeing that she did it to Mitchell too.
I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting anyone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns. In exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it.
Yeah, right? Girl boss gatekeep gaslight. You can't go outside, you're a witch. But I'm not a witch. Oh, you're definitely a witch. Oh, maybe you're right.
And in that time, that became my normal. I began to believe that was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation.
Are we gonna reach the Giselle moment, I guess? Yeah! Thanks for hanging out, Witchlight. I appreciate it. I hope you guys, like, you and Iv had fun in Bajda as well. I know you were with me for a long time here, so thank you. I appreciate you hanging around. And I do hope you have a good rest of your night, too. Sleep well. Send heart. Here you go.
At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. There is little more to be said about that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace.
No, that's understandable. That's why I'm trying to get this, like, started early so I can try to get this done before it's, like, 2, 3 a.m. I don't know how close I am to the end. If I hit, like, midnight, maybe I'll stop there and, finish it a different day. Just add an extra day just to, like, get through the last bit of it. Yeah. But yeah.
I spent much of my day sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damn dark angel.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time. Watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me. Whether by the raging infernos of hell, or the cleansing fires of purgatory. The thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant. But those visions never became a reality. Tell me, Mitchell, what are you thinking right now? You still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Mitchell. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Morgana! Morgana! Mitchell, would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin after all. That's good, Mitchell. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. Damn. My mind and spirit or too far decayed. How did Giselle rise this man from the ashes? Yeah, native. I'm glad that she had fun. And I hope that the Bajra was fun for both of you. But yeah, you guys have a good night. Rest well. And I'll see you at raid too. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion. When you showed up, Giselle, everything I'd given up on, and everything I thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around. But if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So, you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I don't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple of broken glasses there. Smart things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I'm not too fond of noisy people. Or sprightly women like that one. Something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Oh, I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. Now, that's not very polite. This is a family matter. It's none of your concern. I was merely offering to help rid you of a pest. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. First, I'll find out what secret she's keeping. Then, I'll go back to living in peace. Very well, then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You are blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by his hands. I could only dream of having what you have. You only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint, resurrected by the closest living things to God. Perhaps this too can be considered a miracle. Morgana. Yes, you are a deranged, delusional woman. Why, thank you. Damn! Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia. But even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself that it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother, in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle, rather than Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Amy in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me. My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She's a witch. A terrible, sinful witch. A dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it, so instead he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already lived there. And I could not tell him either, but for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She's a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michelle, with this letter I've included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water. It should allow it to eradicate the corrupt evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell. Oh, I see. It was storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes kicked into emotions I thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with the same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were. Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light. She was screaming, though. And she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this. I'm not falling for anything. I just feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her. You merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now. That woman's finally gone, and it's back to just the two of us. And you don't want to talk? Silence, please. As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now. I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said. If I had killed you, or if out there in the forest, you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me so much in the way of good fortune. With you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing.
Man, I knew it would be 5 hours. We're 5 hours and 30 minutes in. I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was to keep myself together.
Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step. But for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt, as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I had ever felt in my life. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I had never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. But to someone else, our time together may have seemed so frivolous and empty. Our conversations meaningless chatter. I never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said. When someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle's smile made me happy.
Oh, darn it, where'd you go off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase?
It's all the racket. Is something the matter?
Ah, Master. Yes, a cat.
Huh? A cat?
A naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, please don't let him get away.
Right. And what will you do once you've caught him?
Well, I don't want to punish him, that would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat.
You mean to keep him?
Are you not fond of cats, Master?
I don't mind them, no.
Then there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us.
Maybe it'll help if you give him a name.
Ooh, a name. That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, Master.
You want me to pick a name?
It's your house, after all. So it's only right you would be the one to choose.
I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. What does the cat look...
No, don't let him name it Ugly Speckles again.
What does the cat look like?
Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. And he's kind of got some spots here and there. No, not Ugly Speckles again! Is he ugly?
Is he ugly?
I'd say so, yeah.
Alright then.
Ugly Speckles. Wait, Mark II? Name it queso. Croissant? You would never call it Mark II, though, because that would be, like, for machines. I see we've broken into, unfortunately, We've accidentally broken the historical boundaries. Her face. Me too, when I hear that name.
That's a name? Why on earth would you call something that? And what does Mark II even mean? Be quiet. It's on you if he runs away, Master. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes. To get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion.
Asteroid Destroyer. I mean, that's a name of all time. Why can't we just call the cat Cheese while we're at it? Stick with the food names. Or, I don't know. Food names are the best for cats. I say naming my cat Kai. And Audra naming his after a villain in an old video game.
Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I'd yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it imprisoned and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself.
Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. TV detectives? No, that's fine too. Yeah, but like Asteroid Destroyer, ugly speckles. Let's stick to like maybe I don't know. I feel like let's speak to like actual names.
Make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm gonna have to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Giselle, though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Are you listening, Morgana? I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken. This is a conversation we can only have here, the place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person. To be a man. Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into the person I always wanted to be. And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean. I do. You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Mitchell, but we are kindred spirits as much as you might want to deny it. You could be second only to God, yet you spurn his gift. I'm nothing like you. I'm a human, nothing more. I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Mitchell, cursed namesake of an archangel. You might think you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone. I understand that. No, Mitchell, you do not understand. You don't understand. But you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade, and when the night is over, the masks will come off. So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in life. Those moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me begging for my help, and I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair. And when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might... is something the matter? No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So yes, I'm fine. Huh? Oh, wow. That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that, despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling. And that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us. What the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, but the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. Aww, I liked that picture the first time I saw it. Them reading the little books together. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship, to have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside, at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it all to come spilling out. And it made me desire for what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed, because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. Rose. She gave him Rose, and then he put it in her ear. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. Her confession. And that one word set me into motion. For I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much it feels like my heart is going to explode. Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past. Is the naked Giselle gonna pop up on screen? I'm like worried. I'm like ready with the banana. Because that's coming up soon. In like the chronological thing for chapter 5. What I was. Knowing I could never truly be with you. That I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said. Together. We could change everything. We could walk a new path side by side. And so, I decided to trust my heart. The hesitation makes more sense now. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. I too was elated. Banana! Oh! Banana! Thank God I had it ready! Giselle. I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man. That my love for you is pure and chaste. No, don't worry about it! This is what the banana's here for! Hi, Mochi, how's it going? We're at chapter 7. I think we're nearly done, maybe. Because we're at the point now, we've gone through almost all of Mitchell's life history. And yeah, I knew that this part was coming up because this was everything from Giselle onwards was in chapter 5, kind of, but this is just the summarized version. So I knew this picture was coming at some point. Hello! I hope you're having a good evening. What have you been up to? Oh. Hold on, I'll restart from the beginning of that thing. Shit. I too was elated. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted to be that for you, but beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, just having you by my side was enough. My desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I mean, it just means you're attracted to her. As long as you don't act on it, you're all good, man. At least without her consent. I longed for intimacy. Of course, then she would also find out the problem, and the hope would be that she would accept it because Giselle is a good girl. But to be fair, we do know now that she was, she rejected him. Which hopefully is just because she's upset about him not telling her. And then her living for 1,000 years waiting. I don't know. The 1,000 years part would be enough to piss me off, quite frankly, if I were Giselle. But to be fair, he was dead, and he was reconstructing. That's not his fault that he was dead. But he probably should have told her before they got deeper into the relationship. I longed for intimacy. Not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay you down on my bed. Oh no! Is he going to get graphic? I wish I could lay you down on my bed and satisfy those desires. Okay, that's not graphic, please. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. Poor Mitchell. I am gray. Though I have always known my true color, I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Banana says we're good to go. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal, to let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. George would, I assumed, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Did they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as often as she seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where you go, you'll be there with me, Mitchell. It's true, I am nervous about not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No. That wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe that as much as she did. I wanted to believe that, even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. And then he wrote his mother and told her, and then he died because his mother's a bitch. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. Okay, so he did try. That's good. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothingness before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next largely depended on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course of my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses, and I hoped dearly that she would join me, wherever I ended up. Of all the times for this to happen, the Middle Ages is like the worst time to be, that'll be like the worst time to LGBT. Just the worst. Poor Mitchell, getting fucked over by the era he lived in. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could. But if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her, in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, There's something I wish to tell you. Something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask you to concede one thing. That I was never cursed. That I was always your son. That I am Mitchell, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly. A woman. And I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much. Simply to have a quiet life with her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from Knight's order to kill me. Mitchell, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse? It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana! Please say something. Morgana! Your predictions. They were right. I was a fool, and you can laugh at me all you want. So please, say something. Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. But here I am begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. Mitchell, I'm all right. It's okay, Mitchell. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. It's fine. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Mitchell, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For all that, you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Finally you speak. Mitchell? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Mitchell, are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch. Taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Mitchell! You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make it my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Mitchell! Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those who you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said You would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know. But that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana! And offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I'm considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. I need to sneeze. I might need to sneeze a second time. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please, keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Mitchell. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Mitchell. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Mitchell! What are you doing? Get back in here, Mitchell! What? Why? The door. I can't open it. Mitchell! Mitchell, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! Guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either! I know that by doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Mitchell! You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash! They're going to kill you if you're out there! Giselle, the witch told me. What? She would ensure your safety. Mitchell, she isn't real! There's no witch talking to you! It's all in your head! A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness! Rest assured, she does not lie. Mitchell! I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She needs to know. That's what I want. I have to find the right words. I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please, listen. You're a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself. You're deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. That's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So, survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No! I don't want that! I want to be with you! No one else but you! I don't want to let you die! There it is! Death to the heretic! Death to the heretic! Death to the heretic! heretic! Get back in here, Mitchell! Open the door! If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather... Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Because you have a good family. You have a mother and a sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you would be marked a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I'm a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that! The year we shared together, and the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more, in another world. In a body that better suits me. Mitchell! Mitchell? I thought I was prepared. Oh, it was a DDA that killed him? Oh my god! That I was doing something good. Something that I could be proud of. I would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant. What she had warned me about, when she had said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. Wait, is it DDA or is it not? I'm gonna talk as if it's DDA. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged on the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? It is DDA. What are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm. It is DDA. Fuck! DDA belonged to my elder brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time, I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But this? The DDA. DDA. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. And they do to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm? Frowning? Or staring expressionlessly? Your transformation was too much for Mother and Father to accept. Enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George. All this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. This sucks! Poor Mitchell! You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. I was wrong, I guess. Mitchell did meet up with his brother finally before... He did see them again before he died, but in the worst way possible. That sucks! Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side, that you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? DDA, George. You absolutely can, Mitchell. I swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why are you standing there, a half-dozen knights at your back, saying I'm to be executed? Why? DDA. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Mitchell. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves. So you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Mitchell Bollinger or... A demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! Oh no. So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arm and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Mitchell. Don't cry. I believed in you. DDA. When I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes. Everything you said. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought, if I could be like you, I could be proud of who I was. But that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long. My adoration for you never went away. I thought of you, of everyone. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. That you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you. That you would welcome her into the family. That we could go on outings together on cloudy days. And maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. George would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching. A proud smile on my face. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was. I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. Poor Mitchell. And so, my life came to an end. That wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story, but memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. Again, I guess he is like Morgana, because she also was looking at her own corpse too. How could I have ever imagined I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest! Oh, how we have awaited your arrival! How glorious it is to see you! Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. "Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We've assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission." Fuck you, Amity. I know what you did 2 chapters ago. A cross, befitting of such a heinous sinner. A witch threatened to curse us. That witch threatened to curse us. Sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why then? Were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner? And why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd. Their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother, who carried my body. Please, don't do this, DDA. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body. They're the ones putting the blames for their sins on me. Please tell me you at least don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. It was Mother who sold me out to the church. And surely you can give me a respectful burial. Those nails and ropes for the crucifixion are here. Who would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch? DDA, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, DDA. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. Oh no! And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Please don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, DDA. I'm begging you. Don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one spoke. "Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me, please. Look away. Or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please." One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. You can't just say that just because someone's lacking a part, you know? Man, I hate the Middle Ages again. To dare defile a sacred body God blessed you with. Is that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted to be was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, DDA, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. DDA. DDA. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude, not for lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. TDA didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day of hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, TDA included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passerbys threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. Oh no! It's getting that bad. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find, and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. Watch your step, madame. The crucifix is this way. Is that his freaking mother? After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. It's his mother. Or Amy. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, it is mother. Mother. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white. I know, cursing them sounds very good right now. Fuck his family, dude. But I would always recognize my own mother. What are you doing here, mother? Father. In the 13 years since I had last heard mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak, but there were still distinct traces of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice. Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, 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 no. I am her victim. For years I've suffered at the hands of this witch. What a bitch! She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon. Mother, I despise you, you foolish, hellish monster. You foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me. I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother. I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the hells of fire would be too good for you. I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feelings of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed. I have absolutely no relation to this demon. I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter! I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so, send this monster straight to hell! I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing! But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. Gladly. Gladly. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands. Her eyes swirled with every hateful emotion imaginable.
And I need water. Badly. Oh god, where's my water?
I can feel it beginning to hit my throat pretty bad at this point.
Which kind of works a little bit for some of these voices that I'm having to do, but at the same time, ow, my voice. Here's my water bottle. Alright. I have my water bottle. Also, I've realized it's nearly midnight, so I need to quickly appease the Duolingo bird. I'm gonna be frozen for like 1 second. I'm just gonna buy streak freezes and call it a day with that. Duolingo bird. I know you are calling for me, Duolingo bird. Please refill my streak freezes. Wow! Okay, I'm good now. I think. Hold on. Double checking. Yep, I'm good. We're good to keep going. I just needed to appease the Duolingo bird and not lose my streak. Okay. Water. Okay. Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable. Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry you had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything, and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish which came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, either ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart, and all the emotions that had once taken root within it, scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter where it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. "Where are you, Mitchell? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we would meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Mitchell, come back to me soon." As if drawn in by the sound of that voice,
Bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost. It took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces. Mitchell, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. I thought in my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, odd is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whispering echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence. Mitchell, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Mitchell. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Mitchell. Get me out of here. At long, long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me, and by that sense of purpose, and that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held soul together thin, until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. This is so tragic. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Mitchell, the poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now, not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you love. You must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That she alone wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? But Mitchell, hope exists to be crushed, and the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Oh shit. Oh my god. No! No! Poor Mitchell. Stop, please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop.
To be fair, when Giselle was waiting for Mitchell, and then Mitchell ended up being, like, reincarnating, I guess, as a woman, like, she didn't seem to care that Mitchell was a woman then, so it's weird that suddenly she cares now that she's remembered him. I think, definitely, something weird has happened. I think either she doesn't have the whole story, or she's just mad at him for never telling her while they were still alive, because that's a long time to wait without, like, 1,000 years is a long time to wait without telling somebody something pretty important about yourself.
Make it stop. Can you blame her, though? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman. More than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. No. Stop. Don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. First there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. I mean, she seemed pretty wanting of white-haired girl's love anyway. It's just that white-haired girl didn't remember her. Would you like to know what you're doing right this moment, Mitchell? You're crying. Crying as you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look like right now, Mitchell? You reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. So he's just stabbed to death? Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wounds still fresh and raw, pierced by your brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now, your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. Should I? To be fair, I guess it isn't exposing anything there. Like, there's no breasticles at all, so I think I can get away with this one. We're good, I think. They are your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Mitchell. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence. And the love you thought you still had? Well, she's gone and left you behind too. And still you refuse to curse anyone. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Mitchell. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I will accept we are not as similar as I once thought, and as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it. After waiting so long, you will finally be able to attain the body you so desperately seek. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that just be lovely? Wouldn't that be just lovely? Oh, okay. I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. I'm gonna save just in case it QuickTime events me. Because if it does, remember when it did that for once and you only had 1 second to click on the option? I ain't playing with that. I ain't playing with that. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Mitchell. No, I'm not letting go. Wait, is that Giselle? Who am I talking as? Don't listen to her! That's good, because I would have clicked on the QuickTime event, but I had 1 second to think about it. I'm glad I thought about that. Don't trust anything she says! Don't trust anything she shows you! Mitchell! You told me you believed in my love. And if it could survive for 100 years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. She's come with the blanket. She's come with the security blanket, hell yeah! Open your eyes, Mitchell, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Mitchell, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never, ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Mitchell? When you broke through the cocoon I had built around myself. I said that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had, or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Mitchell. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents. Slowly losing my grip on myself until I'd been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. Hey! Get in there, Giselle, stop Morgana. Mitchell! Giselle. Please have faith in me, Mitchell. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me. You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Mitchell, I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak. I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want to see you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. To see my past. To see me now, a pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories. If only for you. I wanted to be gallant, to be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried, who never showed weakness, and who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak. But I was such a sad, frail person. And not even a real man. Mitchell, I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. But that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out. Things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me. No, Mitchell, there's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remain true to yourself to the end, no matter how bad things got. Day after day you fought all alone, despite being put through hell. Yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone. Your father. I mean, he did consider cursing Amy, rightfully so. I remember that day very well. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess he did curse his father in front of her too, but his father and Amy. I was too stupid to realize it at the time. But you did that for me. The one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off a bit inscrutable, but deep down you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation's simple and pure. Your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Mitchell. Be proud of who you are. That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once. Showing up a woman, then disappearing again. Hurting you completely unaware. Pushing you away. Leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you. Have faith in yourself, Mitchell. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed. But for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth. Because it shows just how incredibly much you love me. And not only in life, the hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion, you spent searching for me. In that vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could I need a second, 1 second. Okay. I need to clear my throat. Okay. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a completely different person. But Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me, when everything about us is exactly the same? You are not the white-haired girl, Mitchell. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self. In the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Mitchell? I took your hand, and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Mitchell. No one else. But that doesn't change. But my body. I know you, Mitchell. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And I want you to understand that. To know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life. Wait, was it only a month? Oh, I guess they were friends for longer? But yeah, I guess they were only, like, officially lovers for, like, 1 full month before tragedy struck. It was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me. To get me out of here. You are the greatest man I've ever known. Giselle, how is it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile. That single ray of light in the endless dark. Say exactly what I've so desperately yearned to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle! I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade. Her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings. And all I manage to grab is empty air. I want nothing, I want more than anything, to feel her warmth right now. The sensation of her skin against mine. There's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere. Giselle, put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all. You can, Mitchell. I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and there's my hair. Those are my eyes, and here are my lips. Here's my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and in spirit, I'm all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now, hold on and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by a love so amazingly powerful, yet we only ever held hands a few times, and embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Mitchell. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle, or are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Skin, white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks, dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master, and at times called me Mitchell. Her entire being. This woman, who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again. The soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me, where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm not gloomy, I'm happy for them, hooray! They get one moment of happiness even though they're dead. And then they gotta face off Morgana because she's surely pissed off there. What the fuck are they doing? They can't share happiness? I want to curse people! I'm Morgana, and I suck! It's a quick and clumsy affair. Just a little peck. The kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share. But nonetheless, a gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. Its ascension so pleasant, so nice, I could hardly believe it's real. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence beside me. Her heart. And that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look into the future. I will believe in myself, because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and the darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Mitchell, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You've set me free, and now I'd like you to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too, so let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Mitchell. And do not let go of my hand. Oh? The door is red with blood? It's not actually happy? Giselle. Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless eroding darkness, nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower, outside the door. I've returned. Back in Morgana's world, her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world. To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. This is my mansion, my domain. She was supposed to be locked up. It would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. Would you call that the power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? How trite. Where's the magic, the miracle? I can think of one other reason she was able to escape. It's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the dark... Oh, fuck. Crap, that was Mitchell. I can think of only one other reason why she was able to escape. And it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast the darkness off this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door. Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. Little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But that won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take in a breath, lift my head, and focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Focus my head. Okay, there wasn't an and. Resting on the back of my hand, I could feel another palm, soft and warm. Giselle! I'm assuming that we're about to hit door 8. Through the single large window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. Oh? Oh my god, Morgana actually gets a body, finally! Is that you, Morgana? How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear? Oh god! She is kind of a little goofed up, but I guess she did get fucked up by literally everything in life. Poor Morgana, missing an arm, missing multiple teeth, scarred up by all the times that she was cut open for blood. Poor girl. Although, fuck whatever's going on with her now. She's a little goofy now. She's too goofy. She's too goofy! I knew you were young, but you really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl, and I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood, to know adulthood before being robbed of her life I had assumed monster would be your first reaction. With a face and a body like this. Oh, she got the skelly hand. She got that skelly hand. How very sweet of you, Mitchell. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself before you. Did her mouth just unhinge twice? That's so spooky, if that's what just happened. I could have sworn I saw that with the corner of my eye. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer. Ah, that was what happened! That's freaky! So I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway, which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Ah, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death could well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish? She flicks a finger. And the next second, a longsword clatters to the ground, close to the floor at my feet. I'm saving again. Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on. Pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you. You hit your head on the way up? You came to save who? I spent so long trying to look away, when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life. So that makes it my responsibility to end this. My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Mitchell. Brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it. If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things. Real human emotions. Even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about. Being disgusted at the thing you've done. Hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men. They were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? Oh. I didn't realize. I thought it changed back to Mitchell. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy. No. The grisly reality you described. I don't doubt that any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. That doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm. and the greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain. Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being? Are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. They'll only tell you what befits themselves the most. Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past. And if I refuse, this is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance with my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror? You what? The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile. And in all those hundreds of years, bits by bit, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows, when she let the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life. And why are you telling me this? Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is without question the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There is no denying your position as master of this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide. So the door will appear, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open. Say the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way. And what might that be? Who the white-haired girl is. That's your lingering question? You've already established. That was you, Morgana. Ah? So it wasn't Mitchell? She was just lying to him? So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her. That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality. I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back into this mansion once, when I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace. Yeah, I very well think Mitchell could be right about this, because he doesn't mention at all having any sort of memory of actually being the white-haired girl at any moment in time, even when he was in the void. Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present within these walls. Not even when while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor my eyes red. Huh? Yeah, that's part of the soundtrack of the game. It's like whispers. And look at this horrid, festering face. How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you. Things even you don't know. And if I can show you that you were, in fact, the white-haired girl, in that moment, will your reality be rewritten? If you're so confident, then be my guest. Yeah, no, that's not my TV. That's the soundtrack. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It's a darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time, I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies a truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. This next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, but no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door. We made it to door 8? We made it to door 8! Yay! Oh shit! Question mark. We're not gonna continue, but yo, we did it! I'm appreciating the buildup of music that's been going on the entire time. That's been pretty cool. One second. Let me go ahead and save, because it is a little much while I'm trying to talk, and I'm not, like, talking as the characters. Oh yeah, config, return to title. We did it! Yay! How long was that? How long were we reading this? How long? We've gone for 7 hours exactly. I knew that would be a long thing. I'm so glad that I started this stream at like 5:30. There was no way we were gonna be able to finish this otherwise. But we did it! Hooray! We're at door 8. So, yeah. Now we have more, like, the very last chapter. Like, not tomorrow. Where did I put it on my calendar? Let me see. I put the final chapter for 2 days from now. So, wait. I need to rearrange that. There's no way I can do the final chapter 2 days from now. Because that's a Wednesday, and I've heard from everybody I've heard, the final chapter is like longer than any other chapter. And this took me 7 hours. Maybe, I don't know if I should do it in 2 parts, but maybe I'll do it. I think I'm gonna swap a different game in for Wednesday. I'll refix the thing, but I will make sure to notify for this final thing because, like, this has definitely been an adventure. So I'll make sure to note that it's the finale, but I have multiple streamed. Oh no, I don't think it's gonna be 14 hours. Most people were saying that them reading by themselves, they were saying that, like, when they were just playing it, it took them 7 to 8 hours to do the final chapter. For me, I guess maybe I'm also slowed down by the fact that I'm streaming and I'm also reading out loud, but I know it took me 7 hours to do this chapter and 7 hours to do the last chapter. So I know it's probably going to take me more than the 7 to 8 hours that people do reading quietly and not interacting with stream. So I guess I need to decide whether I need to split it into a half or not. I think I should just do it all in one big marathon, maybe, because I've done most of the rest like that. It was only chapter 6 that I did differently with because I just needed to go to bed because I started too late. But I think I'm gonna probably, like I said, I'm probably gonna wait till next weekend then, because I don't think Wednesday is happening. I can't start doing that at like 7, 8 p.m. and hope to actually finish at a reasonable time of night. But yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll get it scheduled. I think for now, this has been
Like, that was a lot. That was a lot of revelations, and I'm super excited to see how they finish it out because a lot of people have said The Last Door is their absolute favorite. I felt really bad for Mitchell and his past. Like, poor man just wanted to live live as himself. I can understand that. And bitches wouldn't let him. And it didn't help that it was the Middle Ages too, so they double wouldn't let him. And by that I mean they killed him for wanting to live as himself, so... But poor Mitchell. But at least he and Giselle are together and they still love each other and she accepted him. But, yeah. I think for now, like I said, I'll go ahead and put out... I'm probably gonna finalize the schedule... I'll organize the get the schedule out, I think, tonight before I go to bed. And then, yeah, so we're gonna be doing something on Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. And for Saturday and Sunday next week, it's going to be jam-packed because I'm going to be doing two things on both days, so I'm gonna have to list that out. There's gonna be a Phasmophobia collab. At some point, there's gonna be more like Betrayal, House on the Hill with friends. So I will be bringing some friends in for that, and a couple of single player games as well. So yeah, please look forward to it. Haha, I say. Anyway, I'm gonna go rest my voice because that was a long time to be talking straight through doing all of this. I do enjoy these very much. I just think that by the time I finish them, I'm like, I have a sore throat. I know I'm not sick, but I have a sore throat. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed for now. Thank you, Mochi, for coming along. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, Witchlight. And, thank you, KB History, for dropping in too. Thank you, Violet. Thank you, everybody. Oh, and Iv, too. And Wiley. Yeah, quite a few friends came in today. So, yeah, I appreciate it. And I hope you all have a good night. I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody today, because I'm gonna get the sleepies in. So, alright. Good night. Farewell. Take care of yourselves. I shall see you on Wednesday. For whatever that ends up being, because I don't think I'm doing Fata Morgana then. Good night.